Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Park Hye-jung from Korea Peace Forum, the organizer of the 7th Pan Yellow Sea Forum. Did you all enjoy lunch? Or maybe it wasn't enough? At any rate, before we begin the session, some housekeeping announcements. It has to do with simultaneous interpretation. I'm sure that you can see the receivers on your tables. We do not have an overseas participant right now, but if you do want to listen to English, it's channel 2, Korean is channel 1, Japanese is channel 3, and Chinese is channel 4. So please refer to your channels of preference. We do have one speaker coming in as we speak, and in just a couple of minutes after the speaker is settled, we will begin the session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to correct myself. Once again, these are the channels. Korean is channel 5, English is channel 6, Japanese is channel 7, and Chinese is channel 8. And we also have participants joining us online. So let us now begin Prosperity Session 1. The theme of this session is Measures to Solve Socioeconomic Polarization for Local Governments. It will take place for 90 minutes. In lieu of time, I would like to now give the floor to our moderator, Dean Yu Jong-il. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am the moderator for this session. I'm Yu Jong-il, Dean of KDI School of Public Policy and Management. The theme of this session is Measures to Solve Socioeconomic Polarization for Local Governments. As you are very well aware, for the past 30 to 40 years, we've seen neoliberalism on the rise and impacting us across the economy. And it was about leaving everything to the market, and many of the policies were in line with this principle. And in the process, we've been seeing a widening gap, a widening socioeconomic gap. But in addition to that, adding salt to injury, we've had COVID 19 dealing a huge blow, which has exacerbated inequality in all sectors. We can say that this is not just about the income disparity exacerbating. It also has to do with the sustainable development of the communities. It's becoming a threat to such development. So I would like to say that we're now faced with a serious crisis. So we do have this awareness in place. And in the international community, there is a lot of dialogue and discourse on this very situation. As for Korea, we do believe that this is a priority area that we have to tackle. Uh, so this is not just for the central government, but I do know that the local governments also need to respond to the current situation. The local government will have to take a different angle from the international community and central governments, and there are advantages that local governments have in this regard versus the other stakeholders. So we would like to talk about that throughout this session. Our first speaker is Professor Chung Se-eun from the College of Economics and Management of Chungnam National University. She will be presenting for approximately 20 to 25 minutes, and we will be inviting our four panelists for their comments. As our panelists, we have Vice President Oh Chun-lan of Jinhae Community Health Service Center of Huchun City, Jinlin Province. She is joining us online. And can we just briefly see her on the screen? Vice President Oh Chun-lan, hello. Hello. It's a great pleasure to meet you. Thank you. And we have from Toyo University, Department of Regional Development Studies, Professor Namiko Numao, also joining us. Hello. Yes, I am Lumao Namiko. Very nice to meet you. And on site, we have a director of Chungcheongnam-do Consumer Network for Public Interest, Mr. Park Hyun-sup, and we have member Kim Nam-ju, lawyer at the Polarization and Employment Plus Committee of the Economic, Social, and Labor Council. Yes, it's a great pleasure to meet you. So then, let me now give the floor to Professor Chung Se-eun for her presentation. Please welcome her with a big hand.
As was just introduced, I am Jung Se-eun from the Department of Economics of Chungnam National University. I will give a 20-minute presentation, and regardless of what I say during my presentation, I believe that we could have a more broad discussion later on, and which I know will be very helpful in determining the future way forward for our area, the Chungnam area. So I look forward to that discussion as well. The Squid Game is popular globally these days. And we had The Parasite, the film that was a global hit recently. The Korean people's cultural capability is flourishing, it seems. And so, this Parasite, this Korean dramas are dealing with the inequality that exists in our society, which is a reflection of the existing extreme polarization. But of course, our Gini coefficient compared to other OECD countries is not very high. So the level of inequality, well, in terms of poverty, yes, our relative poverty is a bit higher. Of course, these are global issues, but particularly for Koreans, they seem to be looking at this more seriously, accepting it as a really severe and serious problem in our society, which has to be addressed immediately. And so, we have this good opportunity to look into this topic in more detail with all of you. So I feel that this is a great privilege for me. Thank you very much. So, the severity of the socioeconomic polarization. I don't think this requires further explanation because it is something that people feel on a daily basis in their lives. So, ironically, as the economy grows, people's level of happiness is actually going down. Many people are saying that, in fact, they feel less happy. So, on average, there is economic growth, there's overall growth. However, the fact that there is a widening gap between the top and the bottom groups means that there is a higher level of dissatisfaction among the lower income groups. So, as in other countries, in Korea also, we are seeing the growing disparity among the different social classes, as is with the OECD member states. And so, since the 1970s, including the Northern European countries and other welfare states, we have seen global income inequality growing, according to the World Inequality Report of 2018. So, as our moderator mentioned earlier, because of neoliberalist tendencies, we are seeing the worsening of this problem around the world. So, if you look here, you will see a comparison of 1990 versus 2016. So this is the ratio of the income share of the top 10% compared to that of the bottom 10%. So we have the bottom 10% and then the top 10%. And if you look at the ratio between the two, you will see that there is a widening gap. The top 10% is taking more or getting more and more wealth. So this is a comparison of the major countries around the world: France, Japan, Australia, or maybe it's Austria, and Germany, the UK, OECD average, Canada, Korea, and the US. And you will see that in the US, the inequality level is highest, and Korea is second. And so between 1990 and 2016, you will see that this gap has widened further. Let's look at the situation in Chungcheongnam-do province. So Actually, our situation is similar to the national average. You will see the national average versus Chungcheongnam-do's level in terms of the ratio of this income share of the top and bottom 10%. So compared to the national average, we're doing slightly better. However, the growth trend is the same. And so from 2016 to 2017, for example, compared to national average growth, Chungcheongnam-do's growth rate was faster. So we had a much better situation previously, but this is no longer the case because our inequality ratio is going up quite quickly. So you will see here that there's a widening gap, which means that the middle classes is shrinking. There's a bar graph here which shows the percentage of the middle class in our region. So this is people who earn 50% to 150% of the median income. And you will see that the middle classes is shrinking, and this is a reflection of growing disparity. So you will see that those who are included in the middle class is being contracted. So as time progresses, you will see that the problem of inequality is actually worsening and not improving. This is the case of Chungcheongnam-do province, for your information. And unlike the national polarization trend in Korea, in Chungcheongnam-do, we are seeing imbalanced distribution of the different industries according to the regions, different areas within our province. So within Chungnam, for example, you will see that there is a growing disparity within our own province. So there is an increase in income gap. And because of these regional differences, this is also leading to population or demographic disparities. There are areas where there are a lot of factories, a lot of economic activities are active. For example, the Asan and Cheonan cities, you will see they are in black here. These are the areas with high population density. Of course, this is a natural phenomenon. So there is higher economic growth, and this is attracting more people. Reversely, you will see on the right side that if the senior population is higher, then the growth rate is much lower. So you will see that there is also very speedy aging process that's going on. Nationally speaking, it's not a very balanced phenomena that we are witnessing. There seems to be disparities nationally, and even within specific regions, we are seeing the worsening of this growing inequality. So, what's most important with regards to polarization is the physical, the material aspects, the income and the assets. And with the passage of time, uh, they these different elements interact with each other. So, what is the cause of the polarization based on income inequality? Because of globalization, we are seeing that there is a difference between those who have access to technology versus those who don't. And in labor and capital, also through policies such as labor deregulation, for example, they are leading to more precarious work, which is leading to more social problems. And of course, there are those who say that this is due to demographic changes. Of course, it's not because of technology alone, because technology obviously do have benefits to our lives. So how are we going to utilize technology and to ensure that this will be used for the benefit of particularly the most vulnerable people in our society? So there are certainly benefits of technology, but we are not fully utilizing that. That's why we are seeing more polarization. And in the case of Korea, another unique characteristic is that we have a wide sector of these self employed people or businesses. We are actually number two, following Greece among the OECD countries. And so, this is one of the reasons behind the income polarization. So, this is leading to a high unemployment rate among the self employed people and a lot of economic contraction. So, going beyond the income polarization, we are recently seeing more multiple gaps emerging. So, you will see an analysis on this page. So looking at income, mostly when we say polarization, we mean income disparities, but we are now linking that to real estate and other assets. Previously, through education, we were able to overcome these limitations stemming from loss of or lack of capital or income. However, now, because of income polarization, uh, this is leading to asset inequality, and this is again leading to educational inequality. And so there is a vicious cycle that is established among the different elements. And there's also labor market um, polarization that is ongoing and affecting this process, which makes um, this multidimensional inequality systematically solidify itself. And so this is the kind of mechanism that is at work recently. So, compared to the past, we need more detailed and more comprehensive efforts to ease polarization. So, not only the central government, but the local governments' efforts are necessary with regards to job creation and income, but also for housing and education. And in all aspects of society, we need to ensure that these policies will be dealing with the polarization problem, and we need an overarching broad approach to resolve this. So, very briefly put, we cannot resolve the polarization problem just by giving out some welfare handouts or benefits. So, we need to ensure that all of the different policies of different aspects of our society are all in tuned to try to ease or resolve polarization at the same time.
So income redistribution policy, economic growth policies, and expanding active social security policies all need to be in place. And disparities is about in terms of resolving disparities. It's important to focus on raising the quality of life across all fronts. And if we do resolve inequality and polarization, it's true that people live better lives. So, in some sense, we're trying to tackle polarization, and it may seem a bit abstract and vague. And as a way to do that, it's about bettering the life or bettering the lives of all citizens. Right now, you can see that some do have a very high satisfaction level, some not very satisfied with their life. So, if we want to raise the quality of life, it's about bettering the housing, income, jobs. So, in other words, it's not just about focusing on the income itself, it's about dealing with all of these aspects. Chungcheongnam-do is very much aware of this fact, and in order to tackle polarization, we've been looking into various areas, and particularly, the fifth category is life satisfaction. You may think, where is the relevance? However, there is a very strong relevance between the two. Polarization is not something that impacts just a single domain. It has to do with housing, income, culture, education across the board. So, by raising the quality of life, we can actually deal or tackle with a polarization. I don't know how much time I have left. But at any rate, let me move on to some of the policies at our province. The current administration has been formed in the seventh local election, and this particular administration is focusing on polarization and is doing its best to resolve this very issue. So, as you can see here, it has been selected as one of our top priorities. And this administration has selected social polarization as one of the top three crises, along with low birth rate and aging population. And the province also has a polarization response team. And in April 2000, in January 2019, the Chungcheongnam-do province, the provisional government, formed a dedicated organization, this polarization response team. And not only that, it has put together a strategy. And in April 2020, it has put together a vision, three goals, and six promotional strategies, and 74 implementation tasks. In February 2021, it launched the Chungnam Committee of a Bipolarization Resolution, and it's now up and running. This diagram indicates the vision, the goals, the promotion strategies, as well as the implementation tasks. And you can see here that it involves three particular strategies, including alleviating income and employment inequality, protection and recovery of the vulnerable, and strengthening the foundation for economic and social inclusive growth. And these are the subcategories or the implementation tasks. And this has to do with bringing together quality jobs or decent jobs to overcome polarization. And in the area of protection and the recovery of the vulnerable, uh, as you know, we do have the marginalized. So these are certain policies that would be tackling their challenges. And this third strategy is about strengthening the foundation for economic and social inclusive growth, which particularly has to do with establishing a regional virtuous cycle, economic system, a fair opportunity guarantee, and community formation. And the subcategories include establishing a social economy support platform, support for out of school youth growth, allowance, and support for establishment of Chungnam Career Convergence Education Center. And we are seeing already certain achievements in place, and these are some of the positive outcomes that were already driven. So first has to do with free public services, including free school uniforms, free education, free school meals, and also free bus transfer for seniors and free liner transfer for those living in the islands. It may seem quite minimal, however, these are critical elements of support for the alienated or the vulnerable. So we already have such policies in place. And we also have provision of benefits, including happy child rearing benefits and farmers and fishermen benefits. Not only that, we are supporting the four major social insurance for social business owners, and now all of our citizens in the province have a safety insurance. And next is on housing. We have what we call the Happy Housing Scheme, which has to do with reducing the rent or exempting the rent. The purpose for all of these benefits and schemes are to strengthen our social safety net. Welfare is something that's driven by the central government, and they do have a certain standard when they do that. But what we want to do is complement what's done by the central government. The local governments are trying to complement the central government's policies, and not only that, there are some key characteristics for Chungcheongnam-do province. For instance, a free liner transport for those living in the islands, and benefits for those in farming, as well as fisheries, are some of the customized benefits that we offer to our citizens in 2018, 19, and 2020. You can see that in the case for childcare allowance, our province was the first out of metropolitan self-governing bodies to provide baby benefits. And not only that, first time in the country, we opened the Chungnam Support Center for Childcare. In 2020, what we did was expand the benefits for childcare. It was just for the babies till 24 months, but we've expanded that out to infants less than 36 months old. So we're putting in the budget to offer these benefits and allowances for our citizens. These are some of our key projects or programs. As I've already mentioned, we do have many programs in place. And even right now, we are seeing these policies in place and being implemented. And we are taking a gradual approach. So I do want to say that we need to take a mid to long term approach on all of these implementation tasks. And some of the achievements that I've mentioned are something that now have firm roots in the society and providing benefits for our citizens. So for the happy child rearing benefits, we want to make better a better place of residence for our citizens. And you may wonder where is that correlation or relevance? Well, especially for the underprivileged, it's very difficult for them when they're faced with childbirth and childcare. And there are certain policies in place, but we want to complement that. And particularly for the vulnerable, I believe that these policies can come in handy. Anybody can apply for these benefits, but particularly for the vulnerable in terms of polarization, we want to make sure that it benefits them even more than the average citizen. And let me now move on to my conclusion. We also have the Happy Chungnam loan. these are small loans for citizens with low credit score, and we extend loans for them. I think I'm going backwards in terms of my slides, but moving on to the conclusions. Up till now, the central government has managed various policies to tackle polarization. However, there are some local characteristics that need to be adhered to, so there can be limitations. So it's important that we do have efforts on the side of the central government, but because there are some key characteristics depending on the locality, it's important to cater to that as well when implementing these policies and strategies. But you can see that polarization and the policies to tackle that need a lot of budget because it's about social welfare. However, local governments have limited access to resources as well as budget, so this is a major challenge. Therefore, the central government needs to provide more support to the local governments in that regard. And another point I'd like to make is that these allowances, these benefits, are being offered to the citizens and especially to the alienated or the marginalized. And in terms of income, we're trying to provide sufficient support. But I think that there may be some more room for improvement, which has to do with introducing decent jobs. I think we need some more outcome from the Chungnam type community agreement. This could be a type of economic policy, but bring about decent jobs does not only impact the economy, but it also enables a better quality of life. So I think that we need to make concerted efforts to introduce more quality jobs. And we do see this being quite successful in other municipalities. So I think that our province also needs to focus on this very challenge. I've mentioned particularly on our province of some of the programs and the policies in place, and I do know that the other panelists will be providing us with more insightful comments, and particularly China and Japan. Um, they do have a different relationship between the central and the local government, and I believe that they can provide us with more insights and more implications. So, through their panel discussions, I think that we can learn even more of what we have to do going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Chung. You talked about the different types, different elements or causes of polarization and different results stemming from polarization, and how efforts to address this is proceeding in Chungcheongnam-do province, and what kinds of policies the province is implementing to address this existing problem. Thank you very much for that presentation. I believe that our program is scheduled from 1:30 to 3 p.m. So we have about an hour remaining. And so now would like to invite our panelists to speak for 10 minutes each. So it's okay to not use up all 10 minutes, but please don't go over the 10-minute time limit. So I'd like to begin with Vice President Wu Chunlan from Jinghe Community Health Service Center at Hunchun City in China. Good afternoon. Professor Chung Se-eun gave an excellent presentation, so thank you very much for that. She talked about the current situation of Korea as well as Chungnam province, and she talked about the various socio-economic polarization problems that exist. And she raises various issues with regards to socio-economic polarization, and also presented us with specific numbers which show the causes of polarization nationally as well as in the Chungnam province, and also presented us with possible solutions which will be very helpful to addressing the polarization problems in the country. Yes, please go ahead. Yes, I'd like to use up a few more minutes, please. In polarization issue, in trying to address polarization, I believe that the presentation has been very helpful. And of course, this is a problem for China as well. 30 years ago, we had reform and opening, and at that time, the policy focused on making people rich. And so a lot of people did grow their wealth. And 30 years later, now this rich classes right now are trying to lead the polarization, the lead efforts to address polarization problems that exist in our society. And we have set our goals, and we have 55 million people move out of the poverty line or poverty group in our region. And also, there are also two related issues that we need to address. First is education, and second is societal problems overall. And so particularly the issue of polarization, we are trying to address that through utilizing our education systems and improving it. We have to ensure that education is provided to more people, more public, because if not, that is going to worsen polarization, and the economic redistribution or income redistribution is another important policy that we are pursuing right now. That's all for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. I believe we've had some problems with the internet connection, and so we apologize for that. So, since the reform and opening in China, it has had a great economic growth, but a side effect has been that the poverty, the rich poor disparity has grown. But recently, the government has come up with policies to address polarization problem, and so they realize that we cannot have such unequal growth anymore. So a lot of correction measures are being taken to fight poverty. And you talked about the learning classes. When you talked about the education system, so addressing the private learning institution or private education market problem and other policies that the government is developing to address polarization. That is what you mentioned, Dr. Wu, right? Yes. Yes, Dr. Wu, since you're working in the field of sanitation and health, um, I do think that we have some time for discussion. So let me ask you this question. In the field of sanitation and health, the local governments, you're in Jilin province right now. So in Jilin province, what kinds of efforts is the province or what kinds of policies is it implementing to help the vulnerable groups in the province? So, for example, for the senior 60-year-old or above, every year they are given medical checkups, free medical checkups, and those who are pregnant women from the pregnancy to birth, there is a lot of different types of support provided, and also from ages 0 to 6 years old to these children, there is an annual medical checkup provided to them for free by the government. So those are the types of assistance provided to the public. So they are free medical checkups. Yes, I do believe that we will have time for more discussions later on. So would like to go on to the next discussion, Professor Numao Namiko. Your discussion, please.
Can you all hear me well? Yes, let me now share my screen. Can you all see my screen? Yes, I'm Namiko Numao from Toyo University. Due to time constraints, I would like to go right into my comments on Professor Jung's presentation. I want to particularly talk about three areas in her presentation. First is on what kind of disparities are existing and what the drivers are. I think it's important to understand the causes of the existing disparities. And second, in order to close the gap, what would the role of the local government be? And the third point I would like to mention has to do with the relationship between the guarantee of financial resources from the national government to local governments to ensure a positive outcome. So let me go into the first discussion point. I wanted to summarize Professor Jung's presentation, but because this is a mere summary, I would like to move on. In Japan, income inequality is a major issue. And let me just briefly mention this particular challenge. And I do want to mention that in Japan, we've engaged in study and we understood that aging also impacts inequality because they're moving to the last stages of life. We do have those that were very successful and those that were not as successful, and there was a major gap in income between the two. And aging is a particular factor that exacerbates inequality. Third has to do with the easing of labor regulations, and we've been seeing an increase in non regular employments. And this also increases the income gap, according to previous studies. And I would also like to introduce you to this graph. This is a graph on relative poverty rate. The blue line is on the overall, and the orange line is the relative poverty rate under 18 years of age. I will be going into more specifics in the latter part of my presentation, but we do have single mom families or single father families, and their poverty rates are quite high, as it's indicated in here in the orange line. You can see that the poverty rate for children is very high. 1 out of 8 or 1 out of 7 are currently in poverty. So then, how can we tackle this? Well, we have set this forth as a policy target. In 2015, poverty rates for those under 18 dropped all of a sudden. So you can see here in 2015, and this had to do with the active policy of the government of increasing childcare allowances and benefits. So that had an impact with this drop in 2015. Next is on the Gini efficient by age bracket to understand income distribution. So you see the initial income Gini coefficient. And if you refer to the peak, uh, we do see that those in the age bracket of 65 plus have a very high Gini coefficient. And it also indicates that we're seeing a widening gap in this age bracket. So, pension or any living support or income support is something that is necessary. And when we do that, the redistribution income is indicated in blue. And you can see that it's much lower. So, pension schemes by the government and other support and living expenses and living allowances do have a positive impact in closing the gap amongst the age population. So, this one clear characteristic in Japan. And next, I mentioned about the relative poverty rates, and this is the average household income. The one in green are two parent households, the one in the middle, the line in the middle, in red, the dotted line is single father households, and the below, the bottom, we have single mother households. So in the case of the single mother households, you can see that the income is very low, relatively speaking. And moving on to the number of employed persons. Once again, you see the bar charts, which has to do with the number of employed persons, and the area in green indicates irregular employees. Once again, with the easing of labor regulations, we're seeing an increase of non regular employment. When we think of irregular employees, in the past, it was particularly women part time workers between the age of 15 and 65. However, right now, you can see that the number of men aged 15 to 64 actually take on a lion's share amongst the irregular employments. We do have those that are not married, those that find it very difficult to have children. So, all of this is in line, leading to all of these further challenges. In Japan, as mentioned, we have irregular employees and we have single mom households and the aged. And we've identified that these policies help reduce inequality when we do target these households. The local government is putting in a lot of efforts in that regard. Korea, oh, I do have certain target policies, so I would like to understand how many policies do you have that does not have a clear target, but it's more so a policy across the board. In order to reduce inequality, what kind of roles can the local governments play would be the next part of my discussion. Typically, the redistribution policies have to do with providing cash benefits or cash allowances. Cash benefits includes pensions or support for living expenses, as well as childcare allowances. So we do have such welfare policies that may kick in. And Professor Chung also mentioned about the importance of creating decent jobs or quality jobs. If we look at traditional finance, offering cash benefits is the role of the central government. However, as Professor Chung has mentioned in her presentation, in the case of Chungnam province, childcare allowances, baby benefits, and allowances for farming and fisheries or agriculture and fisheries are social benefits that are being offered to the alienated or the vulnerable. So I believe that in that aspect, there could be a division of roles and responsibilities between the two governments or the two level governments. In the case of pension in Japan, it's structured by the government, but the physical services are extended by the local governments. But in the process of reforming local governments, what's happening right now is delegating cash benefits and to have that extended by the local governments rather than the central government. One has to do with schooling assistance. So now, with decentralization and this reform that expedites decentralization, schooling assistance is now being offered by local governments rather than central governments. It's true that there was a major gap in schooling. So now, local governments have the responsibility to offer this assistance. But what we're seeing right now is that central governments need to provide a budgetary support to the local governments so that they can do this in a better and a desirable fashion. And we heard that there are cases where free schooling will be different depending on the situation. Some would it would go until middle school. For some municipalities, it would be go until high school. But the fact that the quality of schooling assistance is different among municipalities depending on their situation, so we need to look into that as well, whether it should be more universal or uniform. So then, what kind of efforts do we have to make going forward? When we think of support for living, it's important to make sure that we have the right financing in place, and local governments also need to be able to engage in such policies with some more budgetary support. We are seeing polarization and a thinning mid income bracket. So it's not just about income support. I think that we need policies to facilitate or reinvigorate the economies and industries, and we also need the local government to play a bigger role in providing more living support. So, all of the comments that were mentioned in your presentation, I could not agree more. Then, last but not least, I would like to mention about some of the responses in place in Japan before I end. So, if I may share the case of Japan, we do see cases of putting in place nursery schools, counseling support, as well as food banks to help childcare. Public housing and rent support is also being offered to our citizens. We also see those that tend to move to cities. So, in order to promote and in order to attract a more younger generation into the rural areas, we're trying to put in place some more policies. Counseling and vocational training is also something that's being done right now in Japan. We're seeing a decrease in population for certain areas, and it's very difficult to have doctors and nurses in these regions. So, community nurses scheme was something that was launched by one municipality. It's about maintaining remote medical care for the residents. So we're recruiting these medical personnel, and when they do relocate to the local regions, we provide benefits and allowances, and also provide them with more support for their living expenses. And in order to reinvigorate community-based industries, specific skills or handicraft are something that can be brought and emerged and grown into an industry, then vocational training or welfare vocational schools can help facilitate this process. So, if you are involved in such work, we provide free housing, for instance, and also support tuition fees for the students. So, we're seeing these cases in many of the municipalities right now in Japan. I've also indicated the sixth industry. In the case of agriculture, it does not end there. It's about having this agricultural produce processed and supporting the manufacturing sector, for instance. In other words, hotels, accommodation facilities can also be built to enable a flourishing tourism industry. So, once again, it does not end at farming or agriculture, it expands in all domains to promote the regional economy. So, we're seeing this actually happening in some of the local areas. So, considering all this, it's important for the local government to provide support and provide a decent living circumstance and environment. But as mentioned, financial resources are dwindling for local governments. What we do have a funding that is offered by the central government when a local region tries to do something to boost their economy. So such funding can also be very useful and helpful. So with that, let me close my presentation. Thank you. Yes, Professor Numal, thank you so much for your passionate presentation. But I do know that you did not have enough time, which was quite unfortunate. However, I can see that you have some excellent contents, and you also have a file, presentation file. And if you can share that with our participants, we would appreciate it. We think that it will be very helpful. So thank you very much for all of your comments. You've mentioned that some of the drivers for polarization in Japan was aging, the increase of irregular workers. So these two issues were raised as a culprit of polarization, and I think that it's quite similar here in Korea. But of course, in Japan, in terms of market income, well, we were able to see a big gap in income amongst the aged. So based on disposable income, so you've mentioned about pension schemes and living expenses, and one stat was provided by the government. We were able to see that we've been able to close the gap, or Japan was able to close the gap. So distribution kicked in. But if you look at our existing pension scheme in Korea, that's true that the underprivileged are even more disadvantaged versus those that's on the top of the higher brackets. We've been introducing basic pension, and I think that it has alleviated the process, but it's true that still um, poverty amongst the age or elderly poverty is close to 40%, which tops the list amongst OECD countries. Therefore, this was a stark contrast with Japan. And you've mentioned about childcare allowances and how it did impact the Gini coefficient. Once again, active and aggressive policy response on the side of the government seems to have an effect in alleviating bipolarization. So we were able to see that it does have an impact and also that it is necessary. And with regard to the role of local governments, you've mentioned about income redistribution, but this is something that's done by the central government. But in terms of education, childcare, education, and other social services or social benefits, that it would be better to have it offered or extended by the local government in the local region. So that's the typical roles and responsibility split between the central and local. But with regard to the financing that's required, you've mentioned that it's important for the central government to provide a guarantee or support to the local government so that they can implement their programs. Professor Chung Se-eun, I'm sure that you agree that it's not much different in Korea, and we're seeing decreasing population, less younger generation. And in Japan, I know that certain areas are diminishing, and we're seeing that actually happening in Korea because we're seeing a major decrease in population. So reinvigoration of the economy is also something that's necessary based on Professor Namiko Numao's presentation. So thank you very much, and we'll like to have some further discussions afterwards.
So now we have a panelist who is here on site. First, we have Park Hyun-sop, who is the director of the Chungcheongnam-do Consumer Network for Public Interest. He is here to represent the younger generation, the so-called millennials, at the invitation of the organizing group. And so he is going to talk about the different policies that should be adopted by the local governments to promote the welfare of the younger people. So in Chungcheongnam-do province, well, I was born in Seoul, but from elementary school, I've been studying and living in Chungcheongnam-do area, and I continue to reside here. And very fortunately, I've been invited as the representative for the youth at this important forum. So thank you very much. As a youth living in Chungnam province, well, if you look at the characteristics of the young people here and how we see social polarization problems, it's mostly from the perspective of income and job creation that we look at this problem. We want an environment where we can find stable work and to have stable income flow. We wanted to ensure that we have the flexibility to move from one job to another. And if not, if this is not provided in Chungnam area, then we are willing to move to other regions. And so, because of the characteristics, well, in Korea, we have a free um, competitive society or system that is established. And so we're seeing the worsening of social polarization happening. For the youth right now, there were criticisms that they are the YOLO generation, you only live once generation, or they are always seeking just happiness in life, trying to seek balance between work and personal life. And in fact, that is one of the characteristics of the younger generation because both aspects are very important to the lives of the young people. So those are the kinds of jobs, the environments that they are seeking. And right, they want to be treated equally. They want to be given credit for the capabilities that they have. And so Professor Chong Se did mention this earlier, but would rather than just looking at income as a way to ease polarization problems, we have to take a broader approach of looking at the overall living environment in our region because only then can we find the solutions to the existing problem. And since the young generation focus mostly on income, sometimes they go after windfall, and so and also to the older generation, there are people who say that the older generation's wealth has to be transferred to the younger generation who don't have enough opportunities or enough well opportunities to create wealth. And so some people see this as one of the reasons behind the worsening of the disparity. So we, we were able to find a lot of consensus points from the presentations from Professor Chung and Professor Namo. So that is the perspective of the younger people in this region. Thank you very much. You were very brief, but you pointed out of the most important aspects of the younger generation's characteristics and their perception of the socioeconomic polarization problem that exists here. So we're talking about golden spoon and earth spoon in our society as we witness the worsening of the disparities happening. And so I think who your parents are determines your entire life, your success or failure in life, which is leading to a lot of frustration and disappointment to the have nots among the younger generation. And so those were some of the things that were pointed out by Director Park. So thank you very much.
Next is lawyer Kim Namju. I've never seen a committee with such a long name, but I do not want to repeat myself because it is a very long name. At any rate, you are a member of this committee of the Economic, Social, and Labor Council. So I would like to understand your take on social polarization and also on the role of local governments. Because this is a forum hosted by Chucheng Namdo. And after hearing Professor Zhang's presentation, I was able to see that this province puts high priority on this issue. So, any advice that you would like to offer to the province? Very nice to meet you all. Yes, I do come from a very long named committee, and Professor Chung is also a member of this committee. If I may just briefly introduce you to this committee, I'm sure that you all know the Economic, Social, and Labor Council. It's a legal council, and it's a presidential council. It's about the government, the labor and management, a tripartite coming together to engage in social dialogue. And particularly, there are many agenda items on labor economy. And there are many subcommittees, and one subcommittee is this committee that I'm from, the Polarization Employment Plus Committee. With regard to tackling social polarization, well, there can be many issues, but at our committee, we're particularly focused on labor. Labor and management, sometimes we do see well, good relationship, but also some conflicts. And we've had this committee up and running for 2 years, but we did not have a significant outcome as of yet. So you may be a bit familiar with this subcommittee. As I was listening to Professor Chung's presentation, uh, it's true that Chung Chung Namdo is at the lead in this endeavor because you do understand that this is a major challenge, and we're seeing policies, and these policies devised as and implemented as well. As I've mentioned, the council I am from is key because there is no other polarization related committees in Korea. We do say that it is a serious threat. However, we're not putting in a lot of investments in resolving this. But I hope that we can promote the efforts of Chungcheong Namdo so that it can provide implications and serves as a trigger for the central government and also for the presidential candidates. Uh, I think that it's important for them to also look into this issue and provide well, commitments. And I hope that we can trigger that discussion. Professor Chung talked about income redistribution in her talk. But I believe that asset redistribution is also something to look into because there is major asset inequality. There's a lot of fury amongst the citizens, and we can see that actually in numbers in the votes. The LH issue and the Daejeongdong issue all had to do with the assets. And if it's been attained in a faithful fashion, well, that is fine. That's not an issue. If you accumulate your income and if you bought the assets, then that's not a that's not a problem. However, if it had to do with some skewed benefits, uh, sometimes we can see that some people have assets which cannot be attained even after 100 years of work for some. So just by solving income disparities will not solve this wealth disparity issue. So we also need to understand how we can find some equal footing for in assets, and local governments also have to look into this. Because if that's not the case, it may lead to political and social disputes and conflicts. It may become more serious than ever. I know that you also have local cities promotion or development organizations, and there's a lot of administrative um, rights or authorities that you do have as a local government. So when you do engage in public programs or public projects, it may be profitable to have that all delegated to the private sector, but in the long run, it really does not impact or it does not have a positive impact on the public side of things. So I think that we need to have this mind of redistributing the assets as well in this process. And we need to improve some advanced redistribution. But for that to be resolved, we need to deal with the issue of income disparity amongst different sized enterprises. If you look at the enterprise income gap between the large companies and the small companies, it's about 56%. It's been improved slightly during the Moon administration, but it's at a very slow pace. If you look at Germany, we're seeing 80%, and some of the SMEs actually earn more than large enterprises. However, in Korea, SMEs' income is only 56% that of large enterprises, and if this is not resolved, income disparity cannot be resolved. So, what are the reasons behind this? There could be multiple interpretations, but what I can say is that in the process of economic development, we've been focusing on uh, pouring in investments in the large enterprises, like focusing on the eldest in the family, and this has led to SMEs not being able to grow. So we do see unfair trading, and we are seeing just um, cost cutting or cannibalization for SMEs. And if we do not solve this income gap amongst the enterprises, we cannot solve income disparities. I know that the central government does have an authority, including the Ministry of SMEs. They do have a role to play, and local governments really do not have much to do. But in the case of Gyeonggi-do, they do have subcontractor dispute resolution organizations to deal with the disputes, but they do not have any binding authority. But we do see that some mediation work actually is bearing fruit. There are specific approvals and licensing that you can offer. So you cannot use that extensively, but it can be a tool in some case to solve the problem. So I think that we may need these subcontractor dispute resolution facilities or organizations. In the case of Seoul and Gyeonggi province, what happens is what's happening is having bills to amend the policy to give more authority to the local governments. During the opening ceremony, we did have member Lee Jung-moo of the National Assembly, and he is very much involved in this process. So I think that we can cooperate with him to provide more authority to the local governments in this regard. One of the other drivers to disparities has to do with the low income of the self-employed. Mostly, they are tenants, and due to rent issues, it's very difficult for them. And it was all the more case during the COVID situation. And the municipality can actually put together a committee to deal with this rent issue. And I'm not sure how much we can utilize this, but in Seoul, even when the local government did not have the authority, they did have a committee in place. I've heard that it has led to good settlements and conclusions. But this province right now does not have that in place. So just like the rental or lease resolution committees, if you do have certain organizations in place to really help solve the housing issues or the tenant or rent issues, it will help reduce costs for the citizens. I know that the province is leading the tackling of social bipolarization. And I think that some of the policies by Seoul and Gyeonggi, if it's once introduced in Chungcheongnam-do, I think that you'd be able to bring about some even better outcome. Thank you. Because you are a lawyer, I can see that your angle was more on the legal side. There were a number of corruption scandals, and you've mentioned that a lot of the development projects should also have the public interest in mind. But of course, we cannot, well, we shouldn't disregard the private sector 100%. Uh, but rather, there are some public-private partnership projects that can be possible, the so-called PPP programs. But you can see that there were a lot of issues in the past because what happened in the past was the risks would be borne by the governments and to guarantee certain profit for the private sector. And there were cases where the user fees were set at a very high price, and the private sector has been able to well gain so much unjustified interest or profits in the process. And we've been seeing some corrupt practices or corrupt mechanisms. So these development projects and infrastructure projects, I believe, should be based on civic participation. And if we see enhanced transparency, it would be better. It's not just about having this publicly led because this does not guarantee success. It does not mean that we can root out corruption once we do that. So I want to mention that civic participation in the process would be key. And with regard to the subcontractor dispute resolution, and in the case of the real estate dispute resolution, uh, the local government does not have a lot of authority, but there are certain things that can be done by the local government to find a way to close the gap between the have and have not. So there are some unfair practices, especially for these shopping complex resolution committees. So you've mentioned that would be important. Furthermore, I can say that the advantages to local governments are the following. Uh, in the COVID situation, a lot of experiments and pilot studies can be possible, and there were some interesting ideas that sprung up. So I think that there's a lot of learning that can be possible and benchmarking with one another. And I think that those were all some good advice for Chungcheongnam-do.
I will now turn over the microphone to our presenter, Professor Chong Se-eun. So you've listened to the different opinions from our discussants, and if there are some thoughts that came to your mind or some additional comments that you'd like to make based on the discussion, please go ahead. On your discussion, what I'd like to begin by thanking you, first of all, from various perspectives. A lot of different points, important points have been made. So, Vice President Woo Chun-lan, for example, talked about the common wealth creation policies in China right now. Policies to ban private education, for example, have been mentioned. So, with the passage of time, I'm sure that there will be some more achievements, some more accomplishments made. And so we hope to have an opportunity to discuss those more in the future. And Professor Numao also mentioned or shared many examples with us. And in Korea, also, the irregular work or precarious work or labor flexibility, that's another issue that we face, which is similar to that in Japan. But of course, we do have a high poverty level among those who are employed. But I think we're doing a little bit better than Japan. But we are going to see a speedy aging happening. And looking at the example in Japan right now, we realize that we really need to be prepared for the future aging issues that we'll be facing. And particularly in the different local communities, we see that aging is happening much faster than in the metropolitan or the capital regions. And so this is a more urgent task, particularly for us, the local government and the local communities. And I do feel that I may have caused some misunderstanding, but this child rearing benefits and the farmers' benefits, I know we the local government is not providing these because not because it's that the central government doesn't provide any, but we are receiving the central government support, but we are supplementing that with local government benefits also. So these are just the supplementary measures that we are taking. And also with Professor Numao, we look forward to another opportunity to listen to detailed um, presentations on the situation in Japan. And Director Park Hyun-sub talked about the M and Z generations thoughts. Thank you very much. And as for uh, Mr. Kim Namju, your explanation. Well, I am working in the same committee with you, so thank you very much for discussion as well. So overall, well, I am working in the Polarization and Employment Plus committee also. And in Chungnam province, early this year, we had the Polarization Easing Committee that was established. So I'm working at that committee as well. So you saw earlier there's 74 different measures that are being taken. Many of them, in fact, are measures that have been in place for some time. And it just shows the severity of the polarization problem that we are faced with. But a lot of these different policies and measures were all distributed. But now we have an important major agenda of easing the polarization problem. And so we are trying to continue on with the past efforts plus um, come up with newer measures in order to address this problem comprehensively. And so, what is the benefit of taking this new approach? The past economic industrial policies, now we always focus on what the benefits are only, but now we are including a new perspective, which is trying to address polarization. Previously, we thought that economic growth is the end all and be all, but now we have a different perspective. Why is it that we need to have economic growth? How do we ensure that this is going to be well balanced and distributed economic growth for all local residents? So we can no longer focus just on the growth per se, but we have to ensure also that this will be distributed evenly among the different groups in our society. So, from the perspective of polarization, easing efforts to ease polarization, from the perspective of inequality or easing inequality, we're trying to redesign the policies of our province. So, I think these efforts provide us with the overarching framework. And one of the concerns, the frustrations that I experience as I work in the committee is that there are not much usable resources within our province. So we don't have the funding, in other words, or sufficient funding. So there is no legally binding authorities that we can utilize, but we don't have sufficient institutional support, in other words. So, and everything seems to be crowding and concentrated in the capital region. We are seeing a widening gap between the central and the local regions. And so, with this widening gap, no matter how much effort we put in here in the local community, our efforts will not be successful because everything is concentrated and everything is crowding to the capital region. But still, in the local communities, we are working hard because our survival depends on it. And so we hope that the central government will also look to the efforts of the local community and support us more. But of course, I understand that there's a lack of understanding by the central government because everything is evolving around the capital region uh, in the and however in the local regions, I mean, we have a lot of needs that exist. And so I think the central government should be more mindful of the situation in the different localities. They should be sending out more resources, more budget to assist with the efforts on the part of the local community. So, with that, I will conclude. So it seems that these were thoughts that you've had for a long time in your mind. So the need to provide the local communities with more power, more empowering efforts necessary from the central government, and also we need to find a way to find a breakthrough to this existing phenomenon of everything being concentrated in the central region. So those were the gist of what Dr. Chung has just mentioned. So we have about 10 minutes remaining. We're now going to open up the floor for questions or comments from our participants here. And so I know that you are implementing a lot of good policies here in Chungcheong Namdo province, but if there are areas for improvement, if there are good ideas that you want to share with the province, that will be very appreciated.
Uh, I would like to invite some more questions. So, yes, Dean, do you have a question? Well, I'm here to learn, and a lot of thoughts came to my mind as I was listening to the discussions and presentation. Well, because uh, I am a doctor. Oh, so he's the president at the Cheonnan Dankook University Hospital. For your information, yes. So the support for the vulnerable, I think, for the past 20, 30 years have greatly improved. Of course, there's still some room for improvement, but I think that there was progress. However, the areas that you've touched upon in your presentation are areas that we need some more improvement. Out of the 74 implementation tasks that you've mentioned, there were a couple of thoughts that came to mind. A country consists of central and local government. And I think that it's all about the citizens, it's all for the same citizens. It's not about centralization of welfare citizens, but it's just that we're all working for the citizens. So for the local governments like Chungcheong Namdo, there may be some more things that we can do. And I want to particularly mention the medical sector. When there is an infectious disease, we have to set the direction and the priorities. And there are things that we would have to require from the local governments. And maybe we can take this approach in other areas. You've mentioned about the 74 implementation tasks. There are many things that are being done on site, on the field. So we also have to prioritize on the financing and the budget, of course. So there are many policies, and these policies have a price tag to it. And we also need to understand what the outcome would be with such financing. And bringing this all together, I think at least we may have a list up of some of the policies that can be more effective than others in the near term or to mid to long run. And if we do have that information or so-called evidence, I think that this can help us get some more budget from the central government when necessary. You may be already calculating that on the individual policy actions and the implications it may have in tackling the challenge. So if we do have that in place, I think it would help rationalize the financing and also get some more budget in the process. And for us working on the field, I think that this can be really helpful. So that was just my humble personal comment. Yes, thank you very much for that. Due to COVID 19, we all understand that the response to infectious diseases is of utmost importance. But if we move on to the with the COVID period and when we do see it eradicated, there are cases where we may go back uh, to pre COVID times to not really focus much on the medical system or our response. But we need to understand that this is something that has to be with us, and the central government will have to pay keen interest in this, but also the local governments. And I can see that if we look at the 74 implementation tasks, but the list up that I see right now, I don't see anything related to infectious diseases. But especially when there is an outbreak, the vulnerable are the most impacted because it exacerbates inequality. Therefore, in your response to tackling polarization, I think that we also need to add this medical element to it, or response to infectious diseases. And we also been seeing childcare issues. There was a major gap with COVID, and there's a role that the central government can play, but down in the localities, there are specific circumstances that you need to cater to make sure that this net, the childcare net, does not collapse. So you've mentioned that about some of the programs in place, but at any rate, the local governments need to pay more attention to childcare and childcare support. So, any other questions or comments from the floor?
And so I was talking as a youth representative earlier, but since I am working for a consumer network, I do want to talk about the consumer's perception or understanding of social polarization. We are seeing income disparity, growing income polarization in our society. And so there's been a lot of emphasis on income because of low income. There is a relative sense of loss that many people are experiencing. And so, if we have stable prices, for example, in the local communities, and also if the consumers have access to the local goods at affordable prices, then that is going to lead to an increase in the level of satisfaction as well as contribute to resolving the income polarization problem. So I think the issue of inflation or prices, particularly in the different local communities, is another issue that we need to be mindful of. I live in Sejong City, and I didn't realize it previously, but local food or direct trading for the local produce, I think the city is doing quite well in terms of this kind of a trading. And so having such farmers markets or local produce trading services being offered more to the local consumers, that would be one way to assist with stabilization. So I'd like to ask our presenter, Dr. Chung, for your closing remarks. I'd like to say thank you very much to our moderator first. And of course, there are different policies that are being implemented, but I think prioritization is an area that we need to work on because certainly there will be more and less important or less urgent issues right now. Many people from the provincial government is here with us, and so what was mentioned in terms of price stabilization efforts and also the tenancy dispute resolution bills, I think those proposals will certainly be very helpful to the officials here who are trying to implement good policies to address this problem. So, with that, I would like to end my uh, discussion. So, it's time for us to close this session. Would like to thank Professor Chung Se-eun for the excellent presentation and to our excellent panelists, Vice President Woo Chun-lan, Professor Namiko Numao, and Director Park Hyun-sop, and lawyer Kim Nam-ju. Thank you all so much. And in particular, I'd like to thank all of the participants here who have stayed until the end of the program and shared your important ideas with us. Thank you very much. We will conclude our session with this.
Thank you. We would like to now conclude Prosperity Session 1. I was listening to the presentations and discussions, and I think that now, Chungcheongnam-do, you have homework. We have many provincial officials here today. I think that you found this session very productive. So once again, thank you, and a big round of applause for all of our speakers and panelists, please. So then, once again, let me conclude to Prosperity Session 1, and we will now move on to Symbiosis Session 1. But we will take a 30-minute break and resume at 3:30 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy your break, and I'll see you back. Thank you.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am from the Korea Peace Forum. My name is Park Hye-jung, and I'm a manager for the forum. It is time for us to begin our Symbiosis 1 session. Symbiosis 1 session is on multilateral cooperation measures to respond to new infectious diseases such as COVID 19 at the local government level. So, last year we saw the onset of COVID 19. So, medical and infectious disease in these important topics. In fact, we had a discussion with Director Kim Jae-il last year also. So last year we were looking forward to the next year being COVID free. And so we didn't know at that time that we would have to talk about COVID 19 still at this year's meeting. But anyhow, we feel that COVID still is ongoing. So this is going to be a timely topic for our discussion. And with that, I'd like to turn over the microphone to the moderator of this session, Director Kim Jae-il of Dangu University Hospital. Good afternoon. As was introduced, I am Director Kim Jae-il, and I really look forward to next year's topic being something other than COVID-19. So, establishing clear responses to infectious disease such as COVID-19. I believe that that will be the topic of our discussion today. As for how we will proceed, we're going to be listening to the presentation. Or before that, I will introduce to you our presenter and the panelists and talk about the significance and the direction of our discussion for this session. And then we will have the presentation and the panel discussion uh, proper. Let me introduce to you, first of all, myself. I am Director Kim Jae-il from Dangu University Hospital, and I'm majoring in neurosciences. As for our presenter today, she is Professor Yu Myung-sun of Seoul National University, Graduate School of Public Health. Professor Yu Myung-sun is our presenter. And we have with us panelists, Dinara Kamelova, the Honorable Kyrgyz Republic Ambassador to the Republic of Korea, is with us. Thank you, Ambassador. Next, we have Professor Shiro Yama Hideaki from the Graduate School of Public Policy, the University of Tokyo. He is connected with us online. So, hello, Professor. Yes, thank you very much for inviting me. I believe there's a time difference of about a few seconds because of translation. We also have with us research fellow Son Chang-woo from the Seoul Institute with us. Next, we have Zhu Tong-yu, Vice President of the Fudan Medical School at Fudan University. He is also connected with us online. So it's nice to meet you today. Hello. Yes, thank you. I will briefly talk about the Korean situation. In 2002, we had the SARS outbreak. As you know, SARS is severe acute respiratory syndrome. And so we had the outbreak in 2002. At that time, China was hit directly. For Korea, relatively speaking, we were doing better, but still, we were very alarmed because SARS is of the same variant as the virus that we are experiencing. And then in 2009, we had the new flu, the H1N1 flu, and that was a cause for major disaster. However, fortunately, we were able to develop the medicine Tamiflu, which ended the outbreak quickly. And then a few years later, we had the MERS. So this is the Middle East respiratory syndrome disease. So in 2005, Well, it was not as severe as a global pandemic, and Korea was directly affected in the case of the 2015 MERS. And then in 2019, December, so within less than 5 years after the MERS outbreak, so within just 5 years and a few months, we were hit with COVID-19 virus. And so COVID-19 means that it began in 2019, but the actual outbreak case in Korea was in 2020 January. But anyhow, globally, COVID outbreak began in 2019. So that's why the term COVID-19. The other specific name is SARS Corona Type 2 virus. That is the specific name. So they're all of the similar, same um, virus type of virus. So this is a global catastrophe that we are experiencing right now, and these kinds of global pandemics are bound to reoccur in the future, which is very unfortunate. So today we're going to look into the reality of Korea with regards to COVID 19 for the past 20 months, as well as what we are going to do in the future. Also, what kinds of multilateral cooperation with other countries will be necessary, as well as the central government and local government uh, responsibilities in the fight against COVID. And so that will be what we will be discussing through our session today. So now I'd like to invite our presenter, Professor Yu Myung Soon, for her presentation.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I would like to extend my gratitude to all of our participants, also those from China as well as Japan, for your participation. I don't have a lot of time for my presentation, so I would like to be as quick as possible. So, as you can see here on the slide, the title of my presentation is The Lessons Learned in the 20 Months of Response to COVID 19 in Korea. And if you look at this, subtitle that I have, it's about the conditions to going in order or gradually going back to normalcy. I would like to talk about some of the conditions that would be necessary to be met in order to go back to normalcy or going in order. So first, let me talk about the rise of COVID-19 and a quarantine society. I'm sure that you remember, but it was 20 months back where at the time, uh, Chung Eun-kyung, the head of KDCA, notified the public of the very first confirmed case that actually came in from China. And then WHO has announced this being a public health emergency of international concern. And in March, it was declared as a pandemic. And at the time in Korea, in the Daegu and Gyeongbuk area where the first wave took place, it was designated as a special disaster zone by the prime minister. In the case of these healthcare disasters, there was never a case where it was declared as a nationwide healthcare disaster. So you can see that this was more than just a virus. It was about it being a national disaster or a national crisis. And with regard to that, what was the response like in the Korean society? When I was in engaging my master's degree, uh, what you see here on the bottom right was what I've learned first in the public health session or the public health class. So, what happens is first you would quarantine, you would separate the confirmed and control to make sure that it does not spread. And then it was about sterilization and vaccination. So, that was what I learned in my master's course. But because Korea is a democratic society and because we did not have any stringent limitations in place, the healthcare principles that were in place in textbooks was actually reflected in the national agenda, and it became a part of our everyday life. In other words, if you remember this picture, you can see that we had the expert groups and we had the leaders of the country and these declarations or these announcements by the government. If there was a disconnect with the civic society, then nothing would have worked. But you can see that it actually was there was an interaction between the two, where we've been seeing the emergence of the so-called K quarantine. And because I'm in the area of communications, I want to mention that the government has continued on with their public announcements, and also through media outlets. There was a lot of information that was provided to the public. So there was an inundation in information. And if you remember the number of news, but every time you can see that whenever there was an added confirmed case, uh, these were from 11 media outlets. So in terms of the number of media coverage, it amounted from 832 to 1,978 to 2,648. So it was about providing as much information as possible. And if you look at the local governments, here we're talking about the role of local governments and municipalities. So if I may talk about that as well, here it was about using the element of fear to have the citizens follow the quarantine measures and to make sure that that was the only option. And sign language was also offered, which was quite different from the past, to make sure that there was nobody that was left behind. And universities and private sectors have engaged in fact checks so that any misinformation or misrepresentation or that lies or any false news would not have an impact or a negative impact on the public. I'm actually going back and forth, so this is a bit confusing. But at any rate, all of the public sectors and the private sectors, the hospitals have put in the efforts together to provide a do list and a not to do list. So ever since the emergence of COVID-19, I think that our everyday life was driven by statistics and numbers. In the past, it was something that we've done on a voluntary basis, but with COVID-19, these were measures that were something that we needed to strictly be in compliance with. And if we fell out of this scheme, there were punishments as well as penalties. So overall, there were these social decisions that were made in the process, and there were also safety issues. We had disaster texts that were sent out. There were some positives to this, but in some sense, every day we had to be informed about the routes, the circulation routes of someone else. So by looking into those routes of the confirmed cases, it was about directing ourselves in terms of how we lead the life on the very next day. And then we had the QR codes. In the case of Singapore and in Taiwan, there were these QR codes that were introduced, and we've also did that as well in our society. And now, this was a critical element that has enabled us to think about with Corona. And in addition to these information towards the public, the civic society has engaged in active disease control, and there was these drive-through testing that was also introduced, which was quite novice. And everyone had their face masks on. Even before we had a penalty system in place, all of the citizens were very active in having their face masks on, and parents decided to refrain themselves from meeting their children. So every day it was all about quarantine. And this following graph indicates how this was done. As you can see here, this first blue line is on the facial mask. So in January, when we saw the first confirmed case, you've seen so many people wearing masks. And in February, out of 10, 8 people wore masks. And ever since, you can see that everybody is now wearing a mask. If you compare this with the US or Canada, the reports are quite different from what we see in Korea. So, in the Korean society, wearing a face mask was thought to be a important solution or something of efficacy, as it's mentioned in the academia. So we were actively taking in all this, and then we had some added compulsory measures. But even before that, they were all open to introducing these face masks in their everyday life. And another key component had to do with the graphs on the bottom. The one on the left is the case of the US, and the right is the case of Korea. In the case of the US, this was had to do with vaccination. So many of, well, half said that it's a voluntary decision to make, and the other half had to do with mentioning that this is a common obligation of the community. So it was half and half. How about in Korea? Compared to the former, you can see that we've seen more responses on the latter, saying that this was a common obligation for all. So, in terms of our response to COVID-19, you can see that we are all the more focused on the common responsibilities, and there was this shared interest or this shared objective. And the public, the private, the hospitals and the civic society came together and joined efforts. And you can see that in the outside world, they are citing Korea as a successful case. Out of the OECD countries, if you look at the fatalities, we had very low fatalities in the beginning, and the economic impact, considering all that, the sluggishness or the downturn was not as strong or severe. So we had some good performances and outcome, but was that enough? Well, that was not enough, of course. If we just look at the quantitative results, that would be great. But in terms of performance outcome, how did we do this? What was the process? And in terms of the follow up, what kind of sacrifices and what kind of dedication was involved? If we look into this, you can see that there were some social costs. And if we do take that into consideration, there are certain points that we need to focus on. But first, is that we focus on the short term, flat out effort or all out war. We've been just focused on COVID 19, and that's not an exaggeration, especially in public health and healthcare. It was about focusing on limited resources to COVID 19. So it was a short term, flat out effort or all out war. And as was mentioned by Director Kim, Tamiflu and other cure or vaccines, if that was in place, and if we brought up the vaccination rates and have herd immunity, it seemed as if we can eradicate this disease. So it was based on this premise or these existing presumptions. And in the process, the media and in our conversations in our everyday life, well, our everyday was like wartime, and the medical staff were like heroines or heroes. And in order to reduce the transmission, there was a lot of element of fear in the communications, as mentioned. And if there was no confirmed cases, it was mentioned as sanitary, and if so, it was mentioned as a major crisis for the locality. And particularly because we're a democratic society and we have the freedom of expression and freedom of association, and we have a lot of freedoms for many areas. But what we did was not conduct a lockdown. However, we what was the case here was that we understand your difficulties, but to really focus on this all together, although there may be some different minority opinions, but we decided to just gloss over that for the sake of all. And there's also a key area and the key topic of this forum, which was a dedicated type of response in healthcare where the public and the private had a role to play. And in terms of the decision making, depending on the response and the compensation, it was worked in silos because we were at a crisis. So what happened was the relevant administrations or ministries were just focused on their relevant strengths. And not only that, if you look at the central government, there were some universal policies that were in place. So the unique characteristics or the unique characteristics of groups were not taken into consideration considering the circumstances. And what was most important here was that the healthcare system in itself, it wasn't just 6 months or 1 year, or now it's a 1.5 years right now. And it's that we're seeing a major burnout, major fatigue is in the healthcare system right now. And all of the difficulties, the fatigue that's adding up, which is a major burden on the civic society as well as the healthcare sector. So the individuals, we thought that the 3T, so in other words, to have much tests, active epidemiologic investigations, and to separate confirmed cases to prevent transmission. So this was the 3T strategy that was in place. So we call this 3T because it all starts with T. But for me, for those that are interested in social well-being and the psychiatric impact, we call this the B or the 3Bs or the 3Ds, excuse me. So D is one is that freedom is limited, and second, D is that not only are we deprived of our personal liberties, but there are all the schedules, something that we plan to do, but they're delayed, and then we just end up with a lot of apologies. So it's devoid of purpose owing to altered routine and livelihood. And the last D is detached from loved ones. You cannot meet your friends or families or those at ICU. You cannot meet them. So there was this major detachment from our loved ones. And due to this prolonged COVID 19, we can see that 9 out of 10 are stressed out, but that's not all. COVID 19, of course, has to do with concerns, but it also has a negative impact on our quality of life. And more than half of the respondents said that this is actually the case. And as I've already mentioned, welfare or childcare and long term care is very difficult right now. So the underprivileged, those that really need this care, are dealing a huge blow. And what about the elderly? The fact that they could heal their wounds is to be with their families, but they cannot do that, and they have to depend on drugs, for instance, or medication. And if you look at the healthcare personnel, there are a specific number of personnel that is necessary to care a confirmed case. But right now, you can see that due to COVID 19, these limited resources are just focused on particular cases. But what we have to do going forward, there are some emergency care and other rare diseases that had to be taken into account. But you can see that resources are dwindling right now and the situation is exacerbating. So let me now skip this. So then, we're talking of this as a pandemic, and we need to understand the circumstances and the conditions. Already, literature indicates in the textbooks that it would be very difficult to root out COVID-19 in the short run because we do have these different variants. And even if we do bring up the vaccination rates, there will be continuous infections and there will be new waves. It's very difficult to control this 100%. And in Korea, as was mentioned in the news yesterday, compared to overseas like US or Israel, in the initial phases, these countries had high vaccination rates. So Korea was a laggard in that aspect. But as we've mentioned, there was this common responsibility and obligation for social good. And in terms of efficacy, despite the very concerns and the difficulties, as well as the imbalance in vaccine supply and the uncertainty surrounding all this, we were able to achieve vaccination rates. And compared to the first wave and the second wave, right now, the fatality rates of COVID 19 is quite low. So, for some of the countries abroad, in the case of Singapore and the UK, and the case of Australia, we are seeing changes to the variants, the infections, and but as an exit strategy, considering the vaccination rates, you can see that they're releasing or lifting their lockdown schemes, and I think that Korea may be under the circumstance or conditions to lift all of this. So let me now move on to the survey that was conducted from January.
So, looking at the results from the survey conducted from early last year, you will see that there's been a change in the perception of the danger of infection that has happened over time. So, I have continued with this survey, and there are concerns about being the stigma effect from infection and other aspects of the danger that we looked into. And so the fear of a stigma was actually much higher than the fear from actual infection. But with the passage of time, we realized that we need to have some correction made because there was some criticism that we were opening or disclosing too much personal information of the infected. So of course, this social culture of accepting this high level of information disclosure, I mean, that led to fear of a stigma. However, these measures to ease as such disclosure led to the easing of the fear from the stigma. And another important aspect with this, compared to the first, second, and the third waves, in the fourth wave, the perception of threat, social threat from COVID 19, there's been a change here as well. But what's more important is that because of response to COVID 19, we've seen a livelihood of the people being hit and too much burden on the part of the medical staff that are fighting COVID. And so this level of acceptability has changed over the time. And so among the different criteria, the we asked the two top changes that have occurred in terms of the severity of the problem. So the first would be the small businesses and the other livelihood damages or livelihood uh, losses that the public had to endure. That would be most important. So there's been a lot of changes in the variants, the infections, and environment. Of course, so they are still very important threats we should be cautious about. But then the level of the understanding of the threat from these direct infection actually has gone. So considering all of these changes that have happened over the times, looking at the next slide, our COVID 19 response methodology should shift a little bit. So we asked how much of change is necessary. Do you think a change is necessary? Almost 9 out of 10 respondents said there is a need to change it. And the social distancing policy change its effect on the response from COVID-19 is very important according to majority of the respondents. So we gave an open-ended question. When you hear with COVID-19, what are the terms or concepts that comes to mind? And so we came up with this word cloud as a result. So you will see that we asked the public, what is the terms that come to your mind when you hear about living with COVID-19? So it's not that the public want to go back to pre-COVID, living without any mask also, but they have a high level of understanding of the need to manage COVID-19 properly. So helping the recovery of those who are affected, and all these COVID response measures have to be continued and managed well, as we uh, do for flu, for example. And the positive attitude also seems to be higher among the respondents. And what is most important, more important also, going on to the next slide, is so we're going to go through a gradual recovery of our daily lives. So, what are the concerns that you have if we do make the transition or if we don't make the transition? If we don't make the transition to deregulation, going to be more damages and losses going to the small businesses. If we deregulate and move towards freeing up of our society, what are the concerns? They are saying that these heroes, so called heroes, the medical staff, their burden will go up and it may lead to the collapse of our medical system. So, that is the biggest concern if we do not transition to a gradual recovery of our daily lives. So, I believe that our public has a very clear understanding of the situation that we face. So, what are we to do in the future? First of all, and through our other discussions, I hope to listen to a lot of good ideas. But first of all, our daily lives, if it is expanded, the unilateral policies and the measures that are delivered should be changed to ensure that there is a cooperative management system in place. We have to have a cooperative and coordinated governance system in place, which includes the public, the media, the experts, and central local government. So, of course, there are cases where urgent and unilateral measures by the central government as necessary. But then, if we go transition to the risk management phase, we will need to have a local centric and citizen led governance efforts in place. So this becomes more important as we go forward. This means that what I want to emphasize to the public is the following. So, compared to the past, we need more customized policies and information provided to each locality more than ever. So, it's not a national information delivery system that is necessary, but each locality would have their specific situations and differing capacities. So, if that's the case, what kinds of decision making process, what kinds of actions and norms will be necessary for our specific community? That is what has to be delivered. And the delivery system also, you need to have customized information delivered to the public in the community, and there has to be constant communication. So rather than just talking about the infected, a number of infected patients, I think we need to have communication and delivery of more broad information that will allow smooth transitioning. And also, there's a need to, of course, continue to deliver information about the risks. And of course, the fatality rate of COVID right now is still higher than the flu, particularly for the seniors. However, the virus led infection is one commonality. So, COVID and the flu, in terms of the efficacy, have a difference. So, among the 9 criteria, COVID 19 has a higher score for 8 out of 9. So, for example, if you look at number 6, 7, 8, 9, COVID causes more fear among the public compared to flu. And COVID is caused by the irresponsible individuals and groups and local governments. So, in other words, so if we're going to continue to live our daily lives in a safe environment, without any concerns, there has to be more trust building positive examples from the COVID experience, and that has to be spread among the public. To date, we try to focus on the anti epidemic spread. So we've been reporting about violations of the regulations. But for daily life to be recovered, we need to have trust building. So we needed to have constant surveillance among the public in our environment about where the danger, the risk exists. And so this is about the part about the local governance. And so I was actually quite concerned, but it's good to know that we are seeing these kinds of results. And so 7 out of 10 respondents had a high level of belief or confidence about the local community's capacities. But for the local government capacity, the response was only about half out of the 10 respondents. So there is really no overlap compared to my previous surveys. However, there is a high level of trust on with the public will that will do well. So 57 to 58%, which is relatively higher in terms of the local government, the local community responding well to the COVID-19 compared to last year and this year. There's not been a major shift, and so we have to ensure that local government centric the capacity building efforts will be implemented so that this score can go up eventually. So what I'm hoping is that, well, individually for me, in a lot of COVID-related papers, I mean, COVID is leading to a lot of side effects, and it requires a lot of recovery efforts. So similarly, when we go to recovery phase or gradually shift to with COVID uh, life lifestyles, we still need to ensure that we take efforts to safeguard lives. However, we have to also work to ensure that the daily lives of people will be focusing more on recovery efforts as well. So we need to ensure that safety and recovery will coexist equitably. And so this is the kind of transition that we will need going forward. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes, she was actually a part of. Also made an appearance in the TV program, but she was so fast. I hope that the interpreters were okay with it. But at any rate, uh, let us now move on to the panel discussion. So, as for our panelists, you can comment on the presentation, of course. But we would appreciate it if you can go into the current response to COVID-19 in your respective countries. And I know that all of the countries may be different, but I think there could be some areas of cooperation that may be possible going forward. So it would be great if you can focus on that. So let me now invite Ambassador Dinara Kimilova. You have ample time, so please go on with your presentation.
Good afternoon. 안녕하십니까? 키르기스탄입니다. 만나서 반갑습니다.
It's very nice to meet you all.
Uh, Many of you know a little about my country, Kyrgyzstan. The official name is Kyrgyz Republic. And I would like to talk about my country and challenge with COVID-19 and local government efforts. And so, do you know how okay, so how far Kyrgyzstan from Korea? So actually, I think it's not so far. We have common border with China, and so that all of our countries, China, Korea, and Japan, as well as Central Asian countries, were united with a great Silk Road. So I think that we still have a good connection with countries in our region. And you can find here in the picture that Kyrgyzstan calls that the country of sky mountains, because we have 93% of our territories are mountains. And so just here, before starting the explanation about COVID-19 situation, I would like to give some basic information about my country. And so you can find here that there are 7 oblasts, like provinces in Kyrgyzstan. And also we have 40 districts, 29 cities. Population of Kyrgyzstan is about 6.6 million. But territory of Kyrgyzstan is twice bigger than territory of South Korea. It's around 200 square kilometers. And so in this regard, I just tried to make some comparative analysis with, between Kyrgyzstan and South Korea. And you can find here that we have some difference between our countries. First of all, today you have a lot of discussion of the aging society, but in Kyrgyzstan, in the opposite, we have a younger population, and you can find that the fertility rate in Kyrgyzstan is 3, when in Korea it's 1.1, right? And so you see that in the if we talk about the urban population, I could say that 64%, most of population live in rural areas in Kyrgyzstan. So I think that this all of most of things are very have some kind of connection with spread of COVID-19. So I think that the situation in Kyrgyzstan less dangerous than in South Korea because of low density in the territory of Kyrgyzstan. So you could see here that 34 as well 34 people for 1 square kilometer. When in Korea it's a 527 density. It's quite higher in Korea than in Kyrgyzstan. So I would like to give also the proportion of population in Kyrgyzstan, and you can find here that actually the proportion of younger people is have a big proportion. For instance, the senior people in Kyrgyzstan who aged above 65, they have only 5% in Kyrgyzstan, and so we have 37% of children and working. So how we say, the people who has the ability to work, it's a 57%. So in this regard, of course, it also connected with COVID-19 spread because we understand that the senior people is more vulnerable to COVID-19 pandemic than the younger people. And so, but life expectancy in Kyrgyzstan is lower than in South Korea. I know that in South Korea it's 83 age, right? The medium life expectancy at birth it's 83 age, but in Kyrgyzstan it's about 73. Okay, so let me start explaining about COVID-19 situation in Kyrgyzstan. So in Kyrgyzstan, first case was detected in March 18, 2020. It's like maybe 2 months later than what happened in Korea. And so since the beginning of the pandemic, there have been 3 waves of COVID-19 in Kyrgyzstan. It was in July and November 2020. And this year it was started from April, and it was continued for 4 months with high peak, which we had in July of this year. So high peak was registered around 1,800 people per day. But now we could say that Kyrgyzstan is not so high with the COVID-19 cases since March 18, 2020. And we have almost more than 180,000 cases of COVID per today. So 2,653 these fatality cases were registered. But last day in Kyrgyzstan, we have like 50, starting from 50 till 100 new cases daily. And it shows that significant decrease Yesterday, for instance, we had 66 cases, new cases of COVID. So in this table, you could see that who is the most vulnerable to COVID-19 in Kyrgyzstan. So we could say that elder people with weak immunity and chronic disease are most vulnerable. And you in this Instagram, you could see that most people with age of 50, starting from 50 to 80, were affected with coronavirus in Kyrgyzstan. And you could see that the babies because we have a low expectancy by age, so you could find only these figures which started from 50s until 80s, right? And so what we are doing with vaccination in Kyrgyzstan. So the vaccination in Kyrgyzstan is quite slow, very slow due to the lack of vaccination and deficit of state budget. And Kyrgyzstan has been using the COVAX mechanism, and we very much cooperated with China, Russia, and other neighboring countries. And so people have started vaccinated by Sputnik 5, Sinopharm, Chinese Sinopharm, Kazvak it was created in Kazakhstan, neighbor Kazakhstan, AstraZeneca, and we are expecting to have a new delivery of Pfizer on 27th of October this year. But what the government has decided is that to create some target group. So we excluded that children, we excluded maybe young generation, and we decided that the target group, it's elder people and people who most vulnerable should pass through the vaccination first. And so for today, it's 39% of this target group. It's about 940,000 people were vaccinated with first shot, and 29% of people were vaccinated with second dose. But if we take with the whole population, it would be 11% of whole population. So, but we should consider that most proportion of population are children, children and young people. So that's why we have maybe a low proportion of vaccinated people. And so that, let me move on. So what was done by local government? First of all, when the first case in March 18 was confirmed, the entire country was placed on an emergency footing on 22 of March. So the first case was registered as imported cases from Saudi Arabia. So several people who went to the Saudi Arabia, they brought virus, and so government decided to make a very strict lockdown. And we have a strict lockdowns in the capital of Kyrgyzstan, Bishkek city, and South city, which name is Osh, and several part of country where the virus was detected. But it was prolonged until May 2020. But I think that it was very high time, and so under the pressure of people and business people, government decided to ease this lockdown. But before, we also, because we have a common border with Kazakhstan, China, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, and we are on the center of Eurasian continent, so it's not easy to close all of this border. Even the government of Kyrgyzstan was decided to close the border, but I could say that around 1 million people studying and working abroad. So that when the high cases were registered in Russia and European countries, many of our citizens tried to come back to Kyrgyzstan. And it was very high pressure from our citizens to our government to open all of these borders. And so that the government decided to open the borders to accept our citizens. But it was a big also the stress for the government of Kyrgyzstan and local governments, how to accept, how to locate these people in hospitals and temporary facilities. So the government of Kyrgyzstan asked local governments to accept those people by if they show that permanent address in this local government. So that was the first common measures which was taken by central government and local governments. And so first decision of government was to create some designated hospitals for the medical observation. But after that, it's this big proportion of people who citizens of Kyrgyzstan who come and back. So our government has to maybe avoid this, all of these 14 days quarantines. And so it was a individual responsibility of every citizens to keep and to follow to these rules. And of course, it was some emergency council was created, and every day the local governments shared information with central government about cases in every region. And so government tried to avoid the economic crisis in Kyrgyzstan, tried to ease some restrictions. And so in this regard, recently the society tried to adapt to the life with COVID-19. And so many of our people say that actually the collective immunity in society is already occurs in Kyrgyzstan. So that's why we have maybe less cases in Kyrgyzstan than other countries. So what was the challenge? What was the challenge? So actually during the crisis, I said that 3 waves we had in Kyrgyzstan, and so it shows that underdevelopment of health infrastructure in Kyrgyzstan. So many hospital equipment were outdated, and Kyrgyzstan has a lack of qualified doctors, equipment, and medicine. Although we have a free health system in Kyrgyzstan, but many patients have to buy medicine for their money and pay for the treatment. And so, but the positive moment during the 3 waves of COVID-19 was that this crisis united whole people, whole society in fighting against COVID, especially different platform, including online platform of people, assistance and rallies were created. Due to the lack of hospitals and beds, many businessmen, ordinary citizens, public figures came together to expand number of daily facilities, hospitals, temporary hospitals. Some people collected financial resources nationwide and abroad to provide hospitals with medical equipments, oxygen concentrators, medicines, individual protection means, and other things. So the COVID-19 exposed the following problems of local governments. First of all, the weak power of local governments and dependence from the central government budget. Weak infrastructure in regions, hospitals and facilities, insufficient budget of local governments, and of course the centralized healthcare system. And one of the things which was stressful for the government, it's a high level of migration inside of Kyrgyzstan and international migration. So you know that during the pandemic in capital, many citizens tried to escape to regions, to mountainous areas, and it was also a big stress for the local governments to keep under the control and to make some lower gatherings and to try to avoid some transportation communication between countries or between the regions. So, and here I would like to stop. I would like to just very short stop on the how the COVID-19 affected the economy of Kyrgyzstan. So here you could see that the main sectors of economy and the labor-intensive sectors of country were affected the most, and the most affected sectors were tourism and trade, because they relied on foreign countries. Tourism fell by nearly by 80%, and transportation and construction were also had a significantly affected. On the other hand, the agriculture, which is mostly family oriented and does not involve extensive human interaction in a closed environment, grew by about 1% per year. So I just would like to stop here in the tourism because Kyrgyzstan usually rely on the foreign visitors, and you can find here that actually we had a progress of increasing number of foreign tourists, and for instance, in 2019 we had a 8 million point five, but it was sharply decreased during the pandemic by 2 million to 2 million. It's 4 times less than it was uh, when we had in 2019. So this is what we have about economy. And so I just would like to say by conclusion that myself and my staff at the embassy, we are evident that South Korea has taken a very quick countermeasures to prevent the widespread of pandemic. But in this regard, we understand that developed healthcare system, IT, innovative measures, tracing efforts to block infections, effective management, and financial capacity are very important things to overcome COVID-19. In this regard, we are thinking about perspective of cooperation with South Korea. First of all, we would like to have a intra-regional cooperation, and I hope that we could make some kind of joint projects in healthcare system, because we understand that the health care reform and capacity building improvement are very necessary things to improve and to fight against COVID-19. And we are expecting investment into the private hospital diagnosis and medical centers on the PPP base, and human resources development and educational projects are also necessary. And we hope that we could have some exchange of specialists, medical doctors. And so we would like to learn more from the experience of Korean provinces development, how to make stronger their regions in the country. So of course, we also now cooperate with many international organizations like United Nations, WHO, and other organizations. And this is, I think, that is also very important. So thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Yes, thank you very much. And let us now, in lieu of time, move on to the next presentation.
We will have the Q&A later on during the discussion session. The next speaker, the next panelist is Shiroyama Hideaki, professor at the University of Tokyo. So your discussion, please. As was just introduced, I am Shiroyama Hideaki from the University of Tokyo. I would like to give my discussion on the presentation by Professor Yu Myung-sun on the situation in Korea and as well as the Japan's responses to COVID-19, the process that we went through briefly. Let me introduce myself briefly first. As was mentioned earlier, I am a professor in the Public Administration School and the Graduate School of Public Policy at our university and a professor of the Graduate School for Law and Politics also. Many of our panelists are working in the field of medicine and public health. But for me, I do want to offer a slightly different perspective. So, particularly from the perspective of public policy. COVID-19 responses in Japan, if you look at what has progressed so far, well, the 2002 experience of SARS in Korea and Japan, and in 2015 MERS experience in Korea. So Japan did not experience those infections previously. And so I think that is the first thing that I need to point out. Since we did not encounter such serious infection problems or outbreaks previously, this led to a delayed response to the recent COVID 19. Of course, it's not that we did not do anything. As we heard in the Korean case earlier, in 2009, we had the H1N1 flu outbreak also in Japan. So we experienced that, and since then, we based on the 2009 experience, we have developed various measures including a comprehensive reporting and monitoring system. So in the cabinet level, a monitoring and response system was established, and this institutional systems were put in place since then. But looking back, we see that uh, those measures were not sufficient, and we realized that based on our actual experience over the years. In Japan, COVID 19 first broke out in January 15 of 2020. So rather than within Japan, at that time, there was the Diamond Princess cruise line uh, that had come into Yokohama port. And among the passengers, there was a COVID-19 patient at that time. And so, seen from that perspective, we can say that from the early phase, Japan had actual samples we came into contact with the actual samples from the early phase of the outbreak, but the sudden outbreak was a slower delay compared to the Western countries. So that happened in about mid March. And so we issued an emergency situation. And after the emergency situation declaration, it continued on for the next 1 month, 1.5 months. And one of the topics for this session is the role of the local government. So let me talk about that. In the early phase of our response to COVID 19, the role of the local government was actually quite important. In Hokkaido, for example, it was one of the outbreak regions, and the governor of the prefecture showed exercised great leadership, and so there was early response measures taken. And after declaring state of emergency in April, Tokyo uh, governor also was very quick to set the direction of responses. And so it was the governor that took the lead. So the local governments exercised leaderships. However, they were not always in sync. For example, in the case of Tokyo, they have yet enough budget and enough financing. And so they were able to provide financial support, for example, to the restaurants who had to close down how temporarily. But for the other localities, they did not have sufficient budget, and so uh, risk responses or risk response to COVID-19, they understood the necessity of that, but in many cases, they did not have enough resources for implementation. And so we failed in terms of proper coordination and adjustment for our budget in COVID responses. And so that is one thing that we should be improving in the future and learning from the past. And during the first wave, relatively speaking, we did pretty well in terms of our response. But since then, after July specifically, we had a second wave hit. And in November, we had a third wave begin. And the fourth wave began in April of this year, and we saw the emergence of a variant, which led to the fifth wave of COVID 19, and that happened in August. So we've seen a sudden spike in the number of outbreaks since then, particularly during the fifth wave. So there was a lot of self quarantine measures taken. So compared to the Western countries, the vaccine introduction was late for Japan, but between July and August, we saw a sudden increase in the number of those vaccinated. We saw the efficacy, and so in September, we uh, canceled our emergency state of emergency declaration, and then we also ease a lot of the restriction of the business hours. And so right now, our number of patients is going down. But of course, we are still concerned about a possible sixth wave happening in the future. So what I have told you so far, it talks about the overall responses and the broad situation. Looking at the specific characteristics and future tasks in our response, that is what I would like to talk about from now on. One commonality with Korea was that as we saw, we did not see any lockdowns as in the case of the Western countries. So we used administrative regulations and administrative measures to encourage taking safety precautions and for some possible targets. For example, the restaurants, we encourage them to shorten their business hours to uh, limit the provision of liquors or alcohol in many of these restaurants. And so we relied mostly on the soft measures in our responses. Professor Yu Myung Soon did mention during our presentation, but these measures in the early phases were quite effective. During the first wave, for example, we relied mostly on these soft measures to ensure that the number of infections went down. But however, with the progress of time, people lost the motivation. They became tired, and so the response level went down. And so, in terms of the suppression efficacy, we saw that the efficacy had declined over time. And so, in the early phase, these soft measures were effective, but uh, and social distancing measures they were okay. However, they lost efficacy eventually, and so that was the first main challenge. And the second aspect is that it's the other side of these soft measures. So yes, it's a positive aspect that we took soft measures. However, there were some social side effects that emerged. For example, the social pressures did exist, but there was criticism that there was excessive um, oppression or suppression, particularly in the local communities. There were excessively sensitive responses and measures taken. And that was the criticism. And I live in Tokyo, so I don't understand the situation in the local community properly. But listening to my colleagues living in other cities or regions, when they visit Tokyo, for example, they were telling me that moving around even within the same country were being criticized, and they were required to go through very strict self quarantine measures. And so among these soft measures, the target group were particularly the young generation, and also the entertainment businesses that are usually running late at night, and also tourism were mostly uh, hit. And of course, it's important to address the different characteristics of the businesses, but because of the measures taken against these businesses, this led to some forms of social discrimination, and that's another criticism that we face. And thirdly, compared to Korea, this is cited mostly in Japan, but it's a problem of lack of IT capacities or IT utilization. In Japan, we have what's called COCOA. So this application was developed by the government, and the government encouraged people to use this app to share information about the number of infections, but they were not uh, the take up rate wasn't very high, and the contact number of hours of contact with the infected, the record, uh, the information lasted only for about maybe on average 13, 14 days. And so there were a lot of technical limitations with regards to proper dissemination of information. And also, privacy was another political pressure point. And so that's why we were not able to fully utilize these kinds of IT systems. So that's another limitation that we faced. And the take up rate was only about 20%. So, in terms of information collection and information sharing, there were a lot of limitations. A similar system or problem would be the use of GIS. So, the infected people's data, we could use that for mapping and utilize that data on our cell phones. But then again, there were a lot of limitations. And I heard that you did this in Korea about using smartphones or credit card payment information utilized to track the line of movement of those who are infected. But in the case of Japan, we were not able to introduce any such system. But of course, in terms of uh, government's utilization of technology, yes, have been some limitations. But then, in terms of protection of privacy and personal information, I think that's a plus for us. That's one of the good sides. So, for example, in Japan, the government using personal information or protecting the or abiding by the rights of individuals, that's a very sensitive issue for us. So it's the same for infection related information as well. So it's difficult for the government to enforce quarantine for those who are infected. So the health centers, the local governments, uh, were faced with a similar limitation, so they were not able to accumulate a sufficient data. And also in terms of providing monitoring and support for those who are infected, there were a lot of limitations there as well. The fourth task will be uh, the following. You can say that in certain aspects, we have a good medical system in place in Japan. However, in terms of the number of beds per capita, I mean, we thought that we had a good number of hospital beds, for example, but then we realized that, well, of course, relatively speaking, the number of infections was lower than the Western countries, but then our existing medical system could not respond fully or well to the outbreak. And so there were criticisms that we may have faced a collapse of our medical system altogether. And so, having an infection specific hospital could be a measure that we could take in the future. But of course, we will be faced with the problem of securing enough medical personnel who will work in these facilities. So, I think that's another area for improvement in the future. The last task would be the following: infections require immediate and urgent responses. Looking, how are we going to respond quickly to the risk of COVID 19? I think that's the task that we face in the future. So, for example, encouraging businesses to shorten their business hours, that led to some economic increase in economic burden, which led to an increase in suicide rates. So that's another issue that we need to discuss further and look into in the future. And the fact that many people were confined to their homes. So this led to a lot of mental health issues and stress related to isolation. And also, there are the elderly faced bigger effects from COVID 19. And in fact, there's been a lot of surveys and studies conducted on the effect on elderly. The fact that they had less opportunities to exercise because the elderly could not go outside, which led to less social interactions, which caused worsening of health conditions. So all of these problems arose. So the seniors, uh, we have to see how we can reduce such effects for the seniors in the future. I mean, have to find the balancing point between ensuring the health of the seniors and taking sufficient safety measures. So, with these tasks in mind, what is the future direction that we should take? First of all, and I apologize for speaking very generally, but we needed to have a balanced, comprehensive risk response system. So, including the seniors, the fact that they're not able to go outside, and so they are faced with a poorer health, and which leads to higher risk. So, on all of these complex risks, we needed to have a balanced decision making, considering all of these different risk factors. So, it's the same for the localities and centrally as well. In nationally in the government. So how are we to build this kind of a system? That is the major challenge that we face. For example, if you look at the central government level, there's an expert group that has been established. So the medical personnel, hospital people, the public health personnel, many of them were participating in this experts committee. And of course, it has to be expanded to include economists, for example, as well as other stakeholders, including the labor unions and the local government officials as well. So I think that it will be we have taken some of those steps. We need to expand them further in the future. But of course, we can't just go on to include more number of stakeholders. We have to ensure that this committee will work well to establish a mechanism that will be effective. Secondly, in the case of Japan, good quality medical systems, we thought that we had such medical systems in place, but it was highly dependent on the private sector, and it had the benefit of reducing the costs. However, for emergency responses, this existing system had a lot of limitations, and so in the future we have to ensure that we should the the central government or the local government has the authority to ask these private hospitals to participate in COVID response or infection responses more in the future. And also another point is that we have to address the bottlenecks. For example, the health centers in the local communities, they had too much bottleneck that they experienced. And so it was difficult to have an overall organization established and work properly. And in terms of cooperation with the neighboring local communities, that was another um, bottleneck that we experienced. And so, as was emphasized earlier, we need to have some kind of a governance system or a coordinating mechanism in place. Sorry for going on too long. This is the end of my presentation. Yes, thank you very much for your great discussion. We'd like to go on to Zhu Tong Yu, Vice President of a Food and Medical School. Your discussion, please. Kazakhstan and Japan. Well, the difference is that the population density for Kazakhstan is much lower, and they have a much younger population, and so that's why their vaccination rate is a bit lower, and that they're because they have a lot of younger people, the infection rate seems to be higher because they're more active. In the case of Japan, there seems to be a lot of similarities with Korea. So uh, it's not the central government, but the local government that uh, took a lot of initiatives. But in the case of Korea, it was the central government that took the initiative in the initial COVID responses. And so, what are we to do with compensation also? Uh, so the government is trying to look into the how to strike the balance between all of these different needs. So we'd like to go on to research fellow Son Chang-woo for his discussion.
Yes, I've been checking, I've been mindful of the time, and I thought that I wouldn't have a lot of time, so I want to keep myself very brief. So, just briefly on myself, I am um, Sun Chang-woo, Research Fellow at the Seoul Institute, and I focus on urban health. Initially, I wanted to provide some comments to the presentation by Professor Yu, and then follow on with some of the advice or recommendations to local governments. But I think maybe I can bring the two together and focus more on some of the recommendations that I would like to provide. Right now, we're trying to go on and enter into the with COVID period, and it's quite meaningful to understand the roles and responsibilities of the central government and the local government. And as Professor US mentioned, there were a couple of key words, and one had to do with recovering from COVID 19. So, recovery is, of course, of utmost importance, and the local governments need to also zoom into that. As was mentioned in the presentation, there's the recovery necessary for those that experienced COVID-19, but we also have the response teams, the response personnel that also need to recover. And you've talked about burnout and fatigue, but even after that, some psychological support and recovery is something that is necessary, and the local governments also need to pay attention to this. And as is mentioned or indicated in many research and reports, we're seeing these social services that are being suspended. So, childcare or any other care services are now the responsibility of the households or the families. And because of that, you can see that those in the younger generation, those in the 30s and 40s, especially women, they are having many difficulties, especially that's why we need some psychological support for them as well. I think that the local government has a lot to do here. The central government can provide the overall guidelines, and the local government can actually put this into action in a more meticulous fashion. And the second point I would like to make is the fact that the local governments can be very strong and robust in their activities on the field. And I believe that the local government can be more skillful in utilizing the available resources on the ground. COVID 19, as it's prolonged, we can see that the health function of the local government was all the more focused on COVID 19. And as for other public health issues, it is true that we weren't able to pay as much attention to this. In the short term, I think it was only necessary to focus our resources on COVID 19 than overall public health. However, you can see that there are new infections that may be possible. It's important, of course, control the existing infection. However, there are smoking, drinking, other chronic illnesses, and also psychological difficulties and challenges, and they are not of less importance. But we need to focus on this as well. So we do need certain plans of continuity. In other words, the local governments, I hope, would also concentrate on the fact that there are some existing pending public healthcare responsibilities. And you've mentioned about actively involving local resources or private resources. And when you think about private resources, I think it also has to do with utilizing private experts. But even if it's not private experts, we do have those, the local residents. And uh, lending a serious ear to these voices is also something that the local government can do. These days, we're engaging in social distancing, and the guidelines are provided by the central government, and the local governments have been implementing on these guidelines. But if you look at social distancing, is this really effective? And should we continue on with this? I think that there was some skepticism in the communities on this. But the local communities or the local governments, I would like to ask you whether you had the mechanism to reflect these feedback um, from the local residents. So, if we do want to make this possible, local governments need the capabilities to assess these infectious diseases, and you also need the administrative resources, communication skills, in order to make sure that this mechanism is in place and that it's up and running. And the last point I would like to make is that this forum today that we're holding, which is Pan Yellow Sea Forum, does have significance because in the past, it was about Pax America, but with COVID 19, it's being weakened. And we've been seeing nationalism and national interest rearing its head. So there was a change in overall international sentiment. But we all do know that when we do form a relationship with a certain country, we have to make choices. And there's some political burden in the process when we think about cooperation or collaboration among central governments. But if it's a collaboration among cities and provinces, it can be much easily done. In Europe, they utilize the urban city network to distribute vaccines. In the case of Seoul metropolitan government, initially to respond to COVID-19, there was a network amongst major cities, and there was a lot of sharing amongst these cities. So if you think about the alliance amongst countries, uh, you can see that the alliance among cities can be more freely done. It could be more convenient to do. And pan Yellow Sea forums are key because it's about countries and cities that are very close by. And it's about networking amongst the cities and the local governments in the vicinity. And if we actively work upon that, we can play an even greater role as local governments. Yes, thank you very much for that input. So now, do we have our speaker from China online? I would like to ask Vice President Xu Tongyi for your comments.
Thank you very much. I listened very well to the presentation by Professor Yu Myung-soon, so thank you very much for that. I am Vice President of the Fudan Medical School at Fudan University, Zhu Tongyi, and I also worked as a member of the Shanghai Public Sanitation Committee, and I am now in charge of the infectious disease related work. In 2019, in China, where the Chinese press first reported about a severe pneumonia symptoms among some patients. And at our hospital also, there was a review of these cases, and we looked into the necessary carried out the necessary measures to fight these infections. And since then, we have been also sending our medical staff to the different regions that needed help in terms of COVID-19 response. At our hospital, we also announced some papers, a thesis with regards to our studies of COVID 19. And we saw that we shared these information with many countries around the world. And on we also accumulated much data on this new type of an infectious disease, and our conclusion was that this is a new form of uh, endemic. And so for the first time in our history, we decided on a closure of the country. And so it was a very speedy response that which began by the efforts of the central government. And so Wuhan had closed down, and about 1,600 nurses and doctors had been sent to Wuhan for medical response. So we looked at, we really worked to provide support to Wuhan. About 140,000 medical personnel had gone to Wuhan. And after 2, 3 months of closure, the overall situation stabilized. We were able to manage the situation much better. In the case of Shanghai, we had 2,400 infected cases, and our population is about 20 million. And so having this number of infections is very small. So we had about 2,000 cases, and many of them had been infected overseas, and about less than 1,000 cases had occurred in the country. So we feel that China has been quite successful in our response to COVID 19, and we had very China specific measures that we had taken. We have 1.4 billion in population, and so if these kinds of infectious diseases spread throughout the country, it's going to be a major catastrophe for us, not just for China, but for the global community as well. And so we had a sense of responsibility and urgency. We understood the severity of the problem. And so, with the outbreak of COVID 19, we went full in our efforts to try to control the disease. We feel that the success of China would be very important. If this infection would spread throughout the world, it's going to be a catastrophe for all mankind. And so we were very active. We really sacrificed ourselves in order to put the situation under control. And so we had daily reports of the number of outbreaks. We had on average about 2,000 infections per day. And so we took bold quarantine measures. And we also sent many experts and medical personnel to the affected regions. And the infectious disease experts were sent to these affected areas, and it is under their control and leadership that the situation was managed properly. And of course, there is room for improvement in the future. We need a much speedier decision making system in place. And when we first saw or recognized such strange pneumonia-like symptoms in our some of our patients, if we had taken the initial measures, then the situation would be much better. We were faced with new forms of infections, so we were at a loss on how to respond. But if these pandemics are going to repeat themselves in the future, I think we could take much quicker decisions in the future. And secondly, an all-out social responses would be necessary. Of course, compared from other countries around the world, we received support, and the international community cheered us on, and we received a lot of assistance from other countries. And we realized that this kind of support from inside the country and outside would be very important in the future as well. Thirdly, we need a system for quick response. Very quickly, we should be able to analyze these genes, and so we need to enhance this capacity, particularly for securing enough number of beds and doing the analytics work in our infectious disease responses. And so after we recognize this problem, we tried to increase the number of beds in Shanghai and other regions. And we had also temporary hospitals and clinics established, and we were able to offer care to many patients, and also our doctors and nurses and other medical staff. Um, we realized that we need more of them. We need more facilities, including hospital beds. And in calculating these facility and personal needs, there's we recognize that we need to improve our capacity for making the predictions. And another aspect that was important is the capacity to develop vaccines and the treatment drugs against these infections. To control these diseases properly, we needed to have the capacity in place for quick development and manufacturing of vaccines. So we have dozens of clinical trials ongoing right now. Depending on looking at our existing clinical data so far, there is no vaccine that can 100% prevent COVID outbreaks so far. So there are a lot of different vaccines that have been developed, but we need to continue to improve the efficacy of the existing and the developing vaccines. We have to ensure there is collaboration among the global scientists so that our overall capacity will be enhanced. And we need to have more information sharing, as well as a stronger support system for the patients. We need good treatments and good vaccines developed, and that is going to ensure that we can go back to our daily lives more quickly. Lastly, and this would be most important, but we need to have unified cooperation in the global community. We need to have global experts collaborate with each other in our fight against COVID. So through the recent pandemic, we were able to reach these understanding, and we are really working hard to ensure that we can go back to our daily lives. So through this overall cooperation, we will need to develop better vaccines and treatment medicine. Thank you very much for your attention. So we listened to the situation, COVID situation in Kyrgyzstan, Japan, and China. And I'm just going to go through the basic principles that we heard so far.
All of the countries have different socio-economic background, different population composition, and the individual countries, of course, will have to put the health of their nationals first, and they the policies of the countries have to be respected because you have your responsibilities to protect your citizens. So let us now bring this all together. Right now, not only in terms of the cure, there's also a lot of things that we have to do in terms of psychosocial care, for instance. So, with regard to pandemics or infectious diseases, how can we bring this all together? In the future, when there is another outbreak, what should the local governments do? How should the local governments respond? So, let us talk about that briefly. Or if you do need to think over this, I can maybe add a couple of comments. So, yes, I'll give you about 2 to 3 minutes to respond. So, when it comes to infectious diseases, I think that this is not an issue of healthcare, it's a matter of welfare. In other words, if you think of healthcare, we have to focus on the financial resources. And in that aspect, it's always put in the back burner. And during the MERS situation, this was what I felt. And ever since MERS, we needed to change the healthcare system, but it was always about the financing, it was about budget. But because of the lack of awareness, we weren't able to change the healthcare system. But we need to now approach this as welfare. In other words, we should not just think about the financing efficiency. There's a bigger picture behind that. And when there is a disaster, there are certain guidelines that are in place. And for infectious diseases, I think that now we do have a clear response. So we have a medical system and we need a medical personal mechanism in place. And we need to enhance the sophistication of this. When we do go to the doctor, usually we first go to the primary care doctors. But if there is a major outbreak, this is not something that can be done by the primary clinics. And when there is a severe case, what would happen? In Chungcheong, I know that you do have private clinics and you have the center, but most of the response was done by the private centers. So in the future, what should we do? When there is an infectious diseases, are we going to utilize the private medical centers, or are we going to put together a new hub, a secondary hospital to play that role? So I think that we need to put in more thought on that. In the case of Chungnam, you have four, the Cheonan, Gongju, Hongsong, and Seocheon or Seosan, total of four medical centers. And you need to it's about investments. You need to upgrade the facilities, the infrastructure, and also invest in medical personnel. So I think that basically we need to have a strong basic medical system in place. So I would like to ask our speakers and panelists for their thoughts. First, Professor Yu.
I agree fully what the moderator has just mentioned. I believe that it's time for us to finish the session, so I won't be going on for long. I just want to mention that I agree with what the moderator has mentioned. And we realize once again through a discussion that the COVID-19 is not limited to a single country or region. This is a global scale pandemic, and so, along with the efforts to protect the lives of the safety of the public of your own country, we have to be mindful of the common responsibility we have towards the global health and global safety. So the lessons learned from each country, I mean, yes, it's important to put into action the lessons that you learn from your own country, but then that has to be shared with the global community. There is that need and responsibility. So I think this was an opportunity for me to realize that once again. Lastly, when we have the next pandemic and we have to take responses, I mean, the utilization of ICTs, we have to ensure that this will be utilized in a direction that um, allows us to have effective responses while protecting the privacy and personal information at the same time. And so, we always have to try to find a balance between passive and active use of data as well as these advanced technologies. So, I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Need some kind of a comprehensive approach because we have two things. First of all, preventive measures. So I think that in the preventive measures, the local governments has to have more responsibility to avoid the outbreak of COVID in local place. For the treatment, in case of Kyrgyzstan, as I mentioned before, that whole responsibility belongs to the Ministry of Health and to the centralized government. So all of hospitals in Kyrgyzstan, even they located in some regions, they have to report directly to the Ministry of Health of Kyrgyzstan. So in this regard, of course, we need some kind of collaboration between the central government and local government because you mentioned, Professor, you mentioned that we need ICT. It should be some digital base, and we know that Korea already have some advanced digital base when the healthcare system could exchange with many information. But in case of Kyrgyzstan, we need to develop this system, and so we hope that we would cooperate with South Korea on this issue. Thank you.
Well, the local government's response, the need for that. Well, the central government can provide budget and the guideline support for the local governments. I mean, if you look at the entire process of COVID-19 response, you need to have overall monitoring responsibilities. So we need to look into what kinds of monitoring activities will be necessary for the local government. And we are always already witnessing that our system to date is insufficient. And then after the infection, there will be self quarantine or quarantine measures that will have to be taken. And it is unavoidable. And again, this is going to come up to the fore as another social issue in the future. However, we do have a past reference. Uh, wo- so based upon which we can make future decisions. So, for example, social distancing. I mean, we have some reference from the local communities on social distancing measures specifically for that region, which we can utilize in the future. Also, for infections, classification of the infections and taking quarantine measures. I think those kinds of data for each locality could be analyzed and utilized for each community. And then we're talking about recovery also. And so we are looking at the example of the UK. They are in the process of with COVID um, living, and NHS, their health agency is in charge of doing the connecting work. In other words, connecting the resources necessary by the different regions and localities. So, determining the needs and giving that network and connection, that will be a role for the local government to play.
I believe that it would be great if we can have some more discussions, but there is a time constraint, unfortunately, so we will have to close. Speakers, panelists, and participants, thank you very much for your participation. And I truly hope that we have COVID-19 behind us as soon as possible. And I know that I have 100% conviction that Koreans are so intelligent that we would be founding the right measures going forward. With that, let me close. Thank you very much.